Hello everybody. This is John Greenwood. Today we're going to be doing a little surprise stream for the long weekend here. Doing more catspaw stuff. Figured I'd just bring everybody along. And this one's going to seem a bit of a jump. How does Osha connect to the catspaw? Hello, Gimme Wimmy? How you doing? Anyways, yeah, how does Osha connect to the catspaw? Well, it's a long story, but basically I want to be checking around, I think it's Bran 5 at Game of Thrones, and pay attention to where the catspaw appears. So I'm going to be checking out where Osha came from and sort of the implications for the catspaw based on where she came from. I'm not entirely sure whether we'll see on the page or whether we'll be able to figure it out. But this is kind of where I'm at in the theory. Also, there is a secret cave that goes directly to Winterfell, and I have a feeling that Osha used this cave to get to Winterfell in the first place. So we're going to be covering all of that. Some things that we're also looking out for is Maester Luwin doing suspicious things, and Hal Mullen doing suspicious things. Maester Luwin has been really suspicious during our investigation so far, and off camera I've been doing a lot of research that really puts the target over him. And then Hal Mullen was brought in by Maester Luwin, so by virtue of association he's a little bit suspicious too. There was a bit of speculating about whether he's an asset of Varys. Anyways, this is a very interesting chapter for Bran. He's going out into the world for the first time since he fell from the tower, and he is going to get attacked by wildlings. So we're going to pay close attention to this chapter and see what we can find, and pay very, very close attention to Maester Luwin in particular. All right. Hello, Joker. Hello, One True Church. Joker's saying, furthermore, I consider that Pike must be destroyed. Yes, Pike delenda est. I agree. Pike must be destroyed. Josephs is saying, yo, yo. Hello, Josephs. What's up? Just doing a catspaw stream again. This is part 2. I went over a little bit of an explanation. It's gonna seem like a jump, but in the finished video it's not gonna be that big of a jump. I might do this as like a separate video, but I've got a lot of long weekend, so figured I'd do something. When True Church is saying, love your vids, game changer for Game of Thrones theories. Thank you. Josephs is saying, I remember the dragon bone from last time. Very clever. Yeah, very clever of George to put that clue there very early in the book where nobody's looking. That was devious. Very devious. But I appreciate it. All right. So, let's see here. We're going over Bran 5 of Game of Thrones if you want to read along. And we've got our suspicions on Maester Luwin and Hal Mullen right now. We're trying to see if they're doing anything suspicious. So the first thing that I'm going to note is that there's a light snow falling, because this might be relevant for like tracks and so on. If somebody's leaving tracks somewhere or not leaving tracks, might be important. Okay. So they're on horseback, and Rob's with them. So the party that leaves Winterfell is Bran. Maybe I'll put their last names to you. Bran Stark, Robb Stark, and we'll go over the list as we go. And it's going to be... is Joseph with them? Unclear at the moment. Summer and Greywind are with them. Okay. Summer, Greywind, and Theon Greyjoy is with them. And Greyjoy, he had a mind to take a deer, he had told them. Okay. That seems kind of suspicious, but we actually get his, we're in his brain in A Clash of Kings, and he has no thoughts about basically this incident. So unlikely. I think Theon Greyjoy here is kind of a red herring. We're focused on Maester Luwin. 4 guardsmen in mailed shirts and coifs. Okay, so we got armored guards. This is Bran 5, The Game of Thrones. Joker's saying, you changed my perspective on the series, gang. Thank you. Just trying to bring critical thinking to the fandom, and it seems like I'm changing a few minds, so that's nice. When True Church is saying, can we call it Spiced Sausage Gate? Sure. I mean, I'm not in charge of whatever the fandom wants to call the theory. You guys can call it whatever you want. Right, Joseph. Joseph is following them. He's Master of Horse. And then Maester Luwin in the rear. Maybe I'll just put the quote. Riding on a donkey. And then Bran wanted to go alone, but ooh, looky here. The 2 men who we have suspicions on are saying, no, don't go alone. That's interesting. We should take note of that. Very interesting. It doesn't mean anything yet, but we've got our suspicions on these guys, and they're already influencing things. Joseph is saying, I keep thinking you're saying my name for a second. Yeah. We don't have any Luwins in the chat. Sorry if your name is Luwin. We're gonna be casting suspicion on you. All right. So they're talking about the market square, which means they rode out of the east gate. Oh, hold on. Why is chat disabled for this stream? What is going on? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try to fix this whole chat not appearing on the stream itself thing. Bear with me for a moment. If I just go chat not appearing on the stream itself thing. Bear with me for a moment. If I just go chat not appearing on the stream
no,
itself,
it's echoing.
Okay, I got rid of the echo. Alright, so we're going to stream chat. I think it's properties. Let's try this. Yes. Alright, there we go. Alright, so back to Catspaw Stream, part 2. One True Church is asking, what is your theory here? Maester conspiracy with the catspaw? Those gray sheep? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. It might be. Yes, so the theory as it stands, last stream we left off with Maester Lewin as highly suspicious. We weren't sure whether he sent the catspaw or whether it was coincidence, but it was very suspicious. And then Hal Mullen seemed like he was an asset of Varys, which then put even more suspicion on Lewin, because Lewin was the guy who appointed Hal Mullen. So then I went to work off camera, going back and forth with some of the people on the Discord about whether basically I'm crazy for pointing some things out. And it's a very long story, but basically more or less confirmed, definitely on preponderance of the evidence. Maybe, I mean, I don't want to sound too, I don't want to have too much hubris, but I think I made a pretty strong case for almost beyond a reasonable doubt that Maester Lewin burned down the library tower. And then you can do a lot of deductive reasoning to figure out that if he burned down the library tower, then he was connected to the catspaw somehow. That's kind of intuitive to most people, but you have to do your due diligence to like actually prove it, which takes a long time to do. So that was taking a while. And basically what I'm looking for now is other instances in which Maester Lewin tries to kill Bran. And the Discord was pretty sure that Maester Lewin might have something to do with it in Bran 5 of Game of Thrones when these wildlings come out of nowhere and attack Bran. So that's what we're kind of playing with right now, because it's sort of difficult to believe that Maester Lewin would try to kill Bran, but if I can find other instances of it happening, like, it's going to be hard for people to deny that Maester Lewin tried to kill Bran if he tried to do it more than once. And the suspicion is that Maester Lewin might have had something to do with these wildlings who randomly appear in Bran 5 of Game of Thrones and try to kill Bran. So we have a heavy suspicion on Maester Lewin right now. We're also looking at Hal Mullen, because he was appointed by Maester Lewin, and there might be some kind of quid pro quo or something like that. I don't know. Anyways, so the party rode out of the East Gate, and then they rode through Wintertown. So for people who are like show only guys, there's this town immediately east of Winterfell called Wintertown. It's basically this big city of houses. Ramsay Bolton burns it down later on, so that might be why you forgot about it. Anyways, so they're in this town, and Oh, here's another thing. Maester Luwin is predicting the end of long summer, and he's predicting that winter is coming, because most of this paragraph is basically saying when winter comes, Wintertown gets full. Maester Luwin is saying that day is coming soon. So Maester Luwin is saying that winter is coming. All of a sudden, after he gets this telescope, he's saying that winter is coming. This is going to mean a lot more to the people on the Discord, but basically we were having a discussion of like evidence showing that Maester Luwin is starting to predict the seasons, and here's a little bit of a subtle suggestion that Maester Luwin is predicting the seasons. So this is an important quote. I'm going to have to snag this for other catspaw stuff. And basically the point here was, what did I say? It was like when winter comes, Wintertown gets full. Luwin is saying basically that winter is close. So Luwin is starting to predict the end of summer and the start of winter. He's saying it's pretty close. And this doesn't mean anything here, I don't think. He's starting to get used to the horse. Okay. Oh yeah, these working girls here, they actually show up later in the story, which is really weird. I didn't notice it until now, but it actually shows up in the purple wedding. So I thought maybe we could look at that just ever so briefly. Where is it? Joffrey dies. Okay. I think it was Bess. Yeah, look at here. All right. Where did it go? Okay, hold on. I'm having technical difficulties. Okay. Best of the Barmaid. Colio, a guy apparently from Tyrosh, right? He's singing about Best of the Barmaid. Guess who's in Bran 5 in Game of Thrones? Bessa, the barmaid. Why is the Tyroshi guy singing about a barmaid from Wintertown? That's a little suspicious, don't you think? I don't know. It's just kind of weird. I mean, she's right there. Bessa the barmaid. She's a barmaid. Right? That's what these words mean. I don't want to get demonetized, but that's what those words mean on the screen. Barmaid. Bessa. I don't know. Matt John is saying, could it be more the case that Bessa named herself after a popular song? Maybe. Have people heard this song before? Yeah, I don't know. I really do not know. It's not clear from the chapter whether this is a new song or a traditional song. I mean, we don't see it anywhere else in the books, I don't think. We can search that real quick. Bessa. Yeah, there's like not many people named Bessa. Bessa the barmaid. Black Bessa? That's Davos' ship. I don't think the Tyroshi guy is singing about Davos' ship. I mean, the odds of this being a coincidence are just really low. So anyways, that's just kind of an aside. It's just kind of something I noticed. I don't think it's related to the catspaw at all, but I thought it was weird. Canis of Tyrosh apparently knows about the local serving girls of Winterfell. Very strange. Anyways, I don't think any of this is relevant to the theory necessarily, but we can make note of the smoking log. Smoking log. Local ale house with working girls, Kyra and Bessa. Theon has been with them before. And we see Kyra again. She shows up. She gets killed by Ramsay Bolton. Around a Clash of Kings of Storm and Swords. Or actually, no, she gets killed in a Dance with Dragons. Wow. Anyways. You're doing well, yeah. Okay, so Rob goes faster. Rob picks up pace into a trot. Wolves racing after them. Bran speeds up. Theon shouts after them. They hear horses behind them. Okay. This might be important, might not. I don't know yet. This seems to be how they get separated, but I might be wrong. Alright. They're well ahead. Rob is making sure that they're following. Okay. So they are following. At this point, Lewin is still following, and all of these 4 guards are still following, because Rob is looking back. But somehow they get left behind. Okay. Okay, so this is all one quote, actually. I can make this one quote. Okay. 2 miles beyond Wintertown. But wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, so Theon shouts after them. And then, hold on. You say, we have to go with you. If Bran falls off his horse, I need to be with him. And then he just kind of lets Bran and Rob get away. That seems a little weird. And then, like, what are they doing? I don't know. Something's off about this. And he's at the rear, so he's like extra behind. And then where do the guards go? And where does Hal Mullen go? Sometimes I think they sense things. What are the wolves sensing? What are they sensing? That there's a traitor, Master Lewin, in the castle? I don't know. Oh, there's a bird from Kingsland. Okay, hold on. What's the bird? The message was from Alan. Okay, so this is after one. Where's Bran 5? Okay, this is actually after Chitias. Okay, just wanted to check that. So he gets a message about the Chitias incident from Alan. Is Alan even alive? We gotta check all this stuff. Hold on. Where's Alan? Alan isn't even in this chapter. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. we gotta piece this together. I don't even... I'm getting a red flag here. Might be nothing, but okay, hold on. There's more in here. Robb wrote to the Night's Watch that Bran woke up. This is from we see this in Jon's POV, and then they send him a letter back that Uncle Benjen is still missing. And then Cat sends a message from the Eyrie and said, I took Tyrion prisoner. And then Robb spends the day locked behind closed doors with 2 of our suspects. And he calls his banners. So Robb calls his banners after getting these messages. Okay, so... Alright, we gotta piece this timeline together. I'm having a feeling that something is going on here. So I'm just gonna get this whole thing in, and then we're gonna turn it into like a chronological sequence. Okay. So I'll just paste that there. And we got to turn this into a chronological sequence. So 1, Robb writes Lord Commander Mormont at Castle Black, seen in Jon POV. So we can confirm that that did indeed happen. 2, Lord Commander Mormont writes back that Benjen Stark is still missing. 3, Catelyn Stark writes to Winterfell from the Eyrie, saying she had taken Tyrion prisoner. 4, Robb spends most of the day with Maester Lewin, Theon Greyjoy, and Hallis Mullen, 2 out of 3 of which are suspects in the catspaw plot. And then 5, Robb sends out riders through the whole north, talking about Moat Cailin. And so we can deduce that this is when Robb gives, he's calling his banners. So Robb called his banners after this meeting behind closed doors with Maester Luwin, which I find very interesting, and Hallis Mullen, who might also be an asset. Very, very interesting. And then after that, after this, he gets a message about the incident from Chatias. Somebody wrote him. Alan, allegedly, writes Robb from King Landing about the Chatias incident. And now we have to go over all of Alan's claims in this letter. If Alan is even alive. I'm going to check the wiki. Is Alan even alive? No, apparently I'm a robot. Okay. When does he die? Doesn't he die? Yeah, Tom of Seven Streams lists Alan among the deaths. Huh. So everybody just kind of assumes that he's dead, but he might be alive. Okay, hold on. Alan gets promoted to captain of the guard. Okay. Alan informs him that Jamie has fled. What else does Alan do? Alan informs them about the Silent Sisters. Alan is present in the throne when they throw the book at Gregor Clegane. And then Alan gets sent to Barrack. Alan rides along Barrack. Alan leaves. Alan is at the Battle of Mummers Ford. Alan is restoring order to the ranks. And then they list him as one of the dead. So he stays behind in the rear guard at the Battle of Mummers Ford. That's what they're probably talking about. Is the rear guard to let the main body escape. Okay, so Alan died allegedly at Mummers Ford. So he is actually there to be able to write Robb from King's Landing about the Chatias incident. Okay. Oh, you got to check these things. You can't assume anything with fairies in the game. you got to check all of this stuff. Jory Castle is dead. All right, let's. Is there a link to Chatias here that says who dies? All right. I hope there's no pictures here. Who dies? They don't even have the. Oh my god! Really? They don't even have the attack on the wiki? Come on, guys. Okay, who's dead? Who died at Chatias? Probably get the list in Eddard 10, right? this memory stuff. How long? Who died? Who died? Who died? Who died? Are they not gonna give a list of who died? Oh my god, man. Where is the list of people who died? Oh no. Oh, is this another hint? Oh no. I got a feeling this is a hint. Okay, hold on. Who's here? Jory Castle dies. Okay, hold on. Who dies at Chataya's? We got Jory Castle. We got Will. We got... who else? Well, they kill a Lannister guardman as well. And they kill Traegar. Heward dies. Heward is dead. So this is Ned 9 of Game of Thrones. Heward is dead. Will is dead. Jory Castle is dead. Wait a minute. What is going on here? Who is in this Jory Castle? Heward. Will. Are those the only three named men? Young Will. Jory. Did Ned only bring 3 men with him? That's kind of reckless. Yeah, I think these are the only men who were with him. Okay. This is weird. Yeah, okay. So that's everybody who dies over there, and then there's no, like, further list when Ned wakes up. So nobody else died. Okay. Jory Castle is dead, and Will and Heward as well. Murdered by the Kingslayer. Yeah, I mean, did we see them die on the page? Will cursed as they pulled him off this dying horse. Jory Castle. Okay, we do see Heward get killed on the page. So that's... we see him die on the page. Spear in belly. He's not killed by the Kingslayer, but that's kind of pedantic. I just want to see whether they actually confirm die on the page. Jory is free. Will is pulled off his dying horse. Ned gallops to save Will and kills Traegar. Heward is... Okay, he's fighting. Jory came back into them, and there's a sword on his blood. Then somebody kills Ned's horse. Okay, we confirm he's ganged up on by numerous swords. We don't actually see Will die on the page. I mean, I don't know. Swords slashing the rain? Maybe we do see him die. Probably dead. Alright, let me see what the chat is up to. Haven't checked in a while. So, alright, who we got here? Moreno White Mask saying, first time catching the stream. Let's go. Thanks for joining. Once Your Church saying it's like watching a detective solve a murder live. I don't know if it's that entertaining or interesting, but I figured I'd bring everybody along. Devin Rady is saying, raising a cup of Bailey's to the fandom's own master of whispers. Nice one. I should get Bailey's, call me. I'll take your money to sponsor my videos. What you're just saying, do you think the Maesters know that Bran is special? Maester Lewin knows that Bran is special. If he didn't know before, he figures it out pretty quickly. Sarah Silver saying, hello. Hi, Sarah. Matt John is saying, could it be more of a case that Bessa named... Oh, yeah, I already got that one. The Senshin 7 is saying, Sup, Fairies is #1 fan. Hello. Trevbot EXE is saying, watching the red string being pay Sylvia in real time. Yeah, kind of. Constantine is saying, oh, hello, Constantine. Hold on. Catspaw is still up for debate. Not trying to throw shade. I'm just so confused. Come on, man. You know exactly what you're doing. You are throwing shade. I appreciate you showing up to the stream, though. It's fine. Yeah, I don't think I'm satisfied with answers on the catspaw. And I'm going to look into it into my own particular way. I mean, people assumed that the Purple Wedding was a settled subject, and I brought something new to the conversation. So I'm going to continue doing my own thing. Saskia is saying, Mance or Littlefinger? Oh, as a person who sent the catspaw. Yeah, those are pretty good suspects. Good at Happy is saying, Bruce Bolton did it. I don't know why. I always thought that he had much greater schemes at play. Furthermore, I do think that Bolton may have some more complex history to them that way. I haven't seen any evidence for Bruce Bolton being a part of it, but maybe he is. Kinetics is asking, do we have any theories yet? Yes, Maester Lewin is kind of suspicious. Wencher Church is just explaining to the other commenters what's going on. HP Lovecats is asking, who isn't a Varys asset? And honestly, I don't know. Wencher Church is saying, I love the theory that the three-eyed raven is Bran, who's been Groundhog Daying it over and over to save the world. That is a brutal life and existence. Might be the case. What else we got here? HP Lovecats is saying, it honestly annoys me how many supposed assets he has. Is he using glass candles? How is he sorting that info? Collating it? Remembering it? Yeah, I mean, it's... I don't know. It seems like he would be using a glass candle, but we never see evidence of him using anything. And then, yeah, the sort of like, how does he sort through all this, you know, garbage intelligence? Because basically he's like a medieval NSA, right? Where he's just like blanket surveilling everything and then taking bits and pieces randomly from all this garbage information and somehow piecing together useful things. Like, I don't know how he's supposed to do that. That's kind of supernatural. I don't think any one person would be able to do that kind of thing. It's a little implausible to me. Mad John is saying, I think Traegar actually survives later in the chapter. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I assumed he died. Traegar's kind of a forgettable character. One True Church is saying he's a sorcerer and uses the brazier in the Red Keep's basement. I assume you're saying Varys. Yeah. That is my theory. HP Lovecats is saying he's a confirmed sorcerer. Yes, go watch the Varys video. There's a whole section on it. You'll have a fun time. Scott Ware is saying, I always thought it was Littlefinger, and the person who left the box with the message was also the catspaw. Yeah, that's a very strong theory. That's sort of where I'm leaning. Though, being honest, even if we get the rest of the books, I'm pretty sure Joffrey is the only answer we're ever going to get. Yeah, I agree that Joffrey is the only like explicit answer we're going to get, but I think it's a red herring. Anyways, okay, so I've caught up with all the comments. All right. So we have just confirmed that all the people that the letter says died did actually die there. So Alan wasn't lying. Confirmed that Alan is telling the truth in this letter, which is useful information. They technically weren't murdered by the Kingslayer because the Kingslayer didn't actually kill any of them, but it was the Kingslayer's men and he gave the orders, so let's not be needlessly pedantic. The Kingslayer killed him. Yeah, they killed Jory. Why would anybody kill Jory? I don't know. Father was caught beneath a falling horse in the fight. Yeah, that's true. Alan says his leg was shattered. Yep, that's true. Maester Pycelle has given him the milk of the poppy. That's sure. They aren't sure when he'll wake up. All of this is true. So everything that Alan says in this letter is true. This would seem to indicate that Alan, at least, is not an asset of Varys. Because assets of Varys tend to lie in their letters. What will you do? Theon thinks I should call the banners. Well, you already did. You sent riders out. Okay, so Theon joins them now. So Theon has caught up. When did this kind of happen suddenly? Okay, but this is good information. Okay, so what will you do? Theon thinks I should call the banners. And then Theon is speaking to them. So Theon has caught up to them by now. Theon catches up to them, but where is Maester Luwin? Oh, he's still back there. Where are the guards? Where are the guards? There were 4 guards, and I don't... Okay, hold on. Here they are. So they're here. Theon catches up to them. The guards catch up to them. Lewin does not catch up to them. Which is a little suspicious. I mean, the donkey is not going to be that much slower. He's dragging his feet. A little suspicious. Apparently in this meeting with... Hold on. Apparently in this meeting where they're behind locked doors, we hear that Theon pushes for war, and allegedly Maester Lewin urges not to go to war. It's kind of implied by... Does Maester Lewin say to call the banners too timid? Timid kind of implies that, you know, because Theon has this Warhawk position, timid kind of implies that Maester Lewin has the opposite position, that they should wait. Maester Lewin had warned him to keep the ride short for fear of saddle sores. Okay. That's interesting. We need to find the wolves. Okay, so the wolves went missing. That's why they go into the Wolf's Wood. It's because of the Direwolves. Why do the Direwolves go into the woods? What is going on here? This seems like Three-Eyed Raven type stuff. Can we go back now? We need to find the wolves. The wolves are gone. Alright, what are the comments saying? Matt Jonas saying, I thought being needlessly pedantic was the whole point of the channel. Not needlessly pedantic. A little bit pedantic. But necessarily pedantic. Varys has to be a Targaryen or offshoot. Why Shava said, I don't know. We're doing Bran 5 of Game of Thrones right now. Rosie Grayson is saying, just woke up and I'm ready for the mystery. Hi, Rosie. We're doing catspaw again. Right now we're looking at Bran 5 of Game of Thrones. In case anybody wants to read along, we're about a quarter way through the chapter. We're at the edge of the Wolf's Wood. Or actually, we're still on the King's Road right now. Hold on. They're still on the King's Road. because it says they urged their mounts off the King's Road and struck out into the Wolf's Wood. If they were just like in the wild or something, trotting towards the Wolf's Wood, then they wouldn't have gone off the King's Road. Alright. And then Theon drops back and follows well behind them with the guardsmen. Okay. So the 4 guardsmen are behind them, and Theon is behind them, and Maester Luwin is like seemingly a mile behind them, very, very distant. Okay, so now we're in the Wolf's Wood. They enter the Wolf's Wood. Fresh pine, blah, blah, blah. Distant cooking fires. Distant cooking fires? Who's hanging out in the Wolf's Wood? Are those the wildlings? Distant cook fires. What? Chargo Dude is saying it was Robert Baratheon, the Tyrion and Jaime chapters in A Storm of Swords. Confirms it for me. Cersei tries to tell Jaime, but he can't see it and guesses Joffrey. Yeah, I doubt that. I doubt that. Theon and the others fell further and further behind until Bran could no longer hear their voices. Ah, yes, the stream. Okay, good. I thought we would see this stream again. All right, I know where we are. We see this stream again, actually. In Theon, A Clash of Kings, I think it's like Theon 4 or something. We're going to check that out later. Just to see the corresponding description. Actually, we might check it out now. Let's see here. Clash of Kings, I think it's Theon 4. It's when he's hunting for the kids. Theon 5, no, it's Theon 4. Alright, here we go. Watch this stream. Boom, here's the stream. Look at this. It's the same stream. They go upstream. They see stuff along the streams. Bear had shredded a birch. Let's see if we find that. There's an oak. There's a bend. I seem to remember there's a cave at the end of the stream. I read this chapter last night. Where is it? Oh, come on, I know it's here. Cave. Oh, I'm pretty sure we've... I mean, this is the same stream, but... Where is it? It's Theon 4, Clash of Kings, when Theon is hunting Bran and Rickon. The stream goes on for miles. Yeah, runs for miles. Let's see here. I seem to remember there's something at the end of the stream, like the direwolves disappear into some sort of cave, I thought, but maybe I'm just hallucinating this entire thing. But this is the same stream, so it's nice to know that it goes for miles. Touch of brown water. Now it seems like I hallucinated the whole cave thing. All right. I don't know. Where is... Okay, we gotta read through the beginning of this. All right, so they go to the Hunter's Gate, and then blah 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 blah. Once under the trees, there's stony ground and fallen leaves that basically don't leave any tracks. Okay. Stony ground and fallen leaves that make tracks difficult to see / follow. Trail leads north by northwest into the heart of the Wolfswood. Yeah, so they don't follow the trail here, I don't think. But here we go. This is the stream. So Bran and Robb went north of Winterfell here. This stream is north and northwest of Winterfell, based on the description of the Hunter's Gate trail in Theon 4, A Clash of Kings, which states that the trail goes north by northwest for a while, deep into the woods, and then there's the stream that goes on for miles, presumably northward. Ron Mayer is asking, do you usually start your streams spontaneously or do you announce them beforehand? I just do it spontaneously. I don't have a schedule for streaming. Matt John is saying, hunting Bran and Rickon sounds more like a Ramsay thing. Well, I mean, Theon is doing it in Theon 4 Clash of Kings. Anyways. Right. pale mist in the trees. There's sentinels and soldier pines. Uneven ground. Theon for A Clash of Kings. We got sentinels, blah blah blah. Lots of turf and stuff. There's a ravine. Maester Luwin starts talking to Theon as soon as they're at this ravine. If I were suspicious, I would say that Luwin is trying to distract Theon from the existence of this ravine. But that's a bit reaching. Okay, then we got oaks. Oaks, hawthorn, stony hills, crofter's cottage, and a flooded quarry. Then there's a slope down into a muddy brook. Kneels beside the stream and the water is cold. The ground near the water was sodden and muddy. Okay. Direwolves would have never parted from the boys, not for long. But they did. In Bran 5 and Game of Thrones. Joseph was there that day. And they're trying to protect Bran and Rickon. I think they suspect what's going on. Okay. I think I completely hallucinated the cave thing. There is a ravine, though. And he says, we're never going to find them. And then they go for miles. There's a fallen tree. Okay. Starts to get dark. And then Ramsay says something. Okay. Alright, so there's no cave here. I completely hallucinated that. Alright, that's good to know. Everything just kind of blurs together. Alright, but this is the same stream. And we're deep in the woods here because there's an oak tree here. So this is further north along the stream. This is the same stream. There's an oak tree here, which Theon notes is deeper in the woods, so they're deeper in the woods. Okay, so there's stream. Jory brought us here once to fish for trout. That's interesting. Bran says this. I don't know what to make of that. High and fast. Comes up to mid-thigh. This is like really, really far up the stream. Then the wolves pull Robb away from Bran? Huh? Robb, why are you doing this? Why is Robb leaving Bran alone? This is so weird for Robb. Tied his horse on a tree on the far side and waded across for Bran and Dancer. Just the wolves. I'll find them faster by myself. Wolves howling makes Robb split up from Bran. All about him, rock and root and branch, or thin blanket of white. Strap around his chest was tied in chain. Yeah, I'm wondering this too, Bran. He wondered what was keeping Theon and Maester Luwin and Joseph and the rest. I'm wondering this too, Bran. What is keeping it? Why is everybody going away? It's just really... Because wait a minute, wasn't Theon like right behind them, like with the guards? I guess they got out of earshot, but why did they stop? And where is Maester Luwin? What are they doing? Okay, and then he hears a rustle of leaves, and they step out onto the bank of the stream. So these guys, so the wildlings were on the, hold on, Bran 5, Game of Thrones. So Bran is currently on the eastern bank of this stream. So this stream runs north-south, from north to south. Further confirming that it's the same stream. And the wild... at this point, Bran has just crossed to the west side. And then the wildlings come out of the trees. So the wildlings were hiding in the trees on the west, I guess, bank of the stream. They were just sitting there. So the wildlings watched this whole thing, basically. Unless Bran is just terrible at observing things, which I guess is possible, but they did come from the west bank of the stream, so that might lead somewhere. They didn't come from the east. Silver buttons. Oh, this is Bran's surcoat, yeah. Good day to you. This is Bran. Bald man with a raw, wind-burnt face. There's not 4, there's 6. 6 of them. Okay, so there's 6 wildlings. There's biggest one, bald man with raw, wind-burnt face. Then there's man with gray stubble over a gaunt face. And then this is Osha here. Osha with bowl-shaped half helm and an 8-foot black oak spear, which one of my Discord users insists is a clue of something, because oak doesn't really grow in the north. Like dark oak doesn't really grow that far north of the wall, which kind of suggests that she got it from somewhere. The big bald man, he has filthy, almost fallen to pieces clothes. All right. Clothes, filthy, almost fallen, almost to pieces, patched. Here with brown, and here with blue, and there with dark green, faded everywhere to gray. Maybe was once black. Gray stubble guy is wearing black rags. The guy with the gray stubble and a gaunt face has fresher black rags than the other one, right? Because this guy's rags have already faded to gray, but this guy's are more easily identifiable as black, which means that he defected from the Night's Watch later than the lead guy did. And then there's a woman shorter than Robb Stark with a broad, flat face and lank yellow hair with a jagged saw knife. A really weird knife to be holding. Is this, jagged saw? Do we ever see this knife again? Or anything like it? Jagged knife, maybe? No. That's weird. So this is a weird knife. Interesting. And then big man grabbed his reins. You can, lordling, and will if you know what's good for you. Yeah, they don't know that he's... They don't know that he can't walk. One of them is Stiv. It seems like the big guy is Stiv. Yeah, because Greyman is... Okay, so the biggest one is Stiv. And then man with gray stubble. Is he Holly or is the short woman? Probably the short woman is Holly. Holly. And they talk about Mance Rayder and taking Bran as a hostage from Benjen Stark. The boy's worth nothing dead. So Osha says this. Osha. Boy's worth nothing dead, but alive. Think what Mance would give to have Benjen Stark's own blood to hostage. Then Stiv says, Mance be damned. You want to go back there, Osha. Which means that Osha was hanging out with Mance Rayder. Think the White Walkers will care if you have a hostage. So they're dealing with White Walkers. Stiv says, Mance be damned. they know of Mance Raider, which is, point one. Second of all, they know of Benjamin Stark. Third of all, Benjamin Stark is a legitimate threat to them, or a legitimate threat to Mance Raider. And then, you want to go back there. Back there necessarily implies that they were there, i.e., with Mance Raider. Before. That's where they left. So they came from Mance Raider. They came from Mance Raider, seems like on their own accord. I don't know. But they definitely came from Mance Raider. So these guys come from Mance Raider's camp. They're not random wildlings. Cuts the straps. And now Robb is back. Okay, yeah, Holly is the woman. All right. And then this is a lie because Osha just talked about taking Bran as a hostage, so she wants to take Robb as a hostage too. And then Robb whistles and sicks the Direwolves on them. Okay, I'm not counting 6 though. Like, hold on. Stiv is 1. Other Night's Watch guy is 2. Osha is 3. Hallie is 4. And then there's 2 more. Where are the other 2? Man number 6. Okay. Stiv. So Hallie's dead. Guy number 6 is dead. Osha is captured. Man with axe, I guess is one of the other guys. Man with an axe. He just gets killed. That's 5 though. There's just no description of man number 6. He's like a red shirt in Star Trek. His purpose is just to die. What site do you use to get the full text of the books? This is not a website. This is an ebook. Yeah, guy number 6 is just... What? Okay, whatever. Anyways, Stiv is alive. Guy doesn't like Starks for some reason. Stiv doesn't like Starks. He says bloody Starks, and he says stuff like, of course it would be a Stark, he's so arrogant. Where is it? Actually, both of the Night's Watch deserters don't like the Starks. Where was I? And then Gaunt's Greybeard says this. So kind of seems like both of the Night's Watch deserters don't like Starks. Which would make sense because Benjamin Stark has been causing havoc for them, apparently. He doesn't really know who Bran is. He doesn't really know who Robb is. But wait, he does. Wait, why is he pretending? He says bloody Starks. This is so confusing. Does he know or does he not know? I'm very confused. Alright, let's look at the chat. Kirsty's saying good evening, chat. Hello, Kirsty. Maple Pancake is saying, so they're both Northerners. It makes sense to hate the guy who sentenced you to a lifetime at a prison colony, maybe. I don't know. It's a little weird. They sort of know that Bran is a Stark and that he's a lordling. But then they don't know that he's Bran Stark, and they don't know that he can't walk. They sort of understand that Robb is his brother, but he doesn't know Robb's name. figure out that Bran is a lordling. Don't know his name. Don't know he can't walk. Don't believe he can't walk until they see it. Figure out that Robb is Bran's brother and a Stark, but still don't know Robb's name. But they do know Benjen Stark. But then at the same time, they don't recognize the pin that's on Bran. He's wearing a direwolf pin. Like, it's a very clear Stark symbol. Actually, it's so clear that Theon uses this to disguise the Miller's boys as Bran. He uses this pin later on. So, like, ordinary people, even peasants, when they see this pin, they think that you're a Stark when they see it. And these guys just have no idea when they look at this. Ordinary people think. Mount John is saying they probably know they're in Starkland, so they assume any lord they find is a Stark. Maybe. And then Theon comes out of the woods from the west. Behind them means the west. Theon shoots an arrow from the woods behind them, i.e. the western woods, i.e. Theon was in the western woods. That's really interesting. Theon was on the other side. He crossed the river at some point. And then the guards show up with Theon. Maester Luwin's here. Step from behind a tree. And Maester Luwin is on the eastern bank, because he steps across the stream to Bran's side. Here's the Sentinel trees confirming again that this is the same stream. He took the time to put 6 arrows into the ground at his feet. What? Okay, what the heck is going on here? Where were you? What is going on here? Quent is the youngest. Okay. Why are they waiting for Maester Luwin? Who cares if Maester Luwin dies? You should be protecting your lord. That's what you're there for. Why are they protecting Maester Luwin over their lord? This is super weird. Like, I have so many questions. Trout is saying, perhaps the watch deserters are from the south, not local enough to know about the pin, but still know Benjen from north of the wall. Yeah, maybe. Annie Sleeper is saying, Maester Luwin is magic. I don't know. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Where were these guys? They were waiting for Luwin? Why? Why are they prioritizing Maester Luwin over their lord? We were following my lord, only first we waited for Maester Luwin begging your pardons. And then I spied a turkey. How was I to know that you'd leave the boy alone? Something's going on here. Something's going on here. What? That doesn't make any sense. I spied a turkey? Who cares? And then why doesn't he look to Theon for the explanation? Huh? We go back to their mission? Bran would have liked it better if he and Robb had gone off alone, just the two of them, but Hal Mullen wouldn't hear of it and Maester Luwin backed him. If Bran fell off his horse or injured himself, the Maester was determined to be with him. And then they're like, oh yeah, I found a turkey. I wanted to wait for Maester Luwin, and I found a turkey. What? I'm sorry, what? Am I crazy here? This seems like a complete lie. This doesn't make any sense. Theon and the others fell farther and farther behind until Bran could no longer hear their voices. Theon was talking and joking with the guardsman, then falls behind, and then he says, "Oh yeah, let's go hunt turkey." And hold on, they waited for Maester Luwin in the middle of the forest? And then Theon ends up on the side of the water where the wildlings are? What? He crossed the stream at some point. And he was separated from the guards. So then they weren't together at all, which means that his explanation doesn't really hold up. What is going on here? Hold on. Theon, what are you doing? I thought we had an inside look on this guy's brain, and I'm getting really confused now because he never had any thoughts about this. Is this a plot hole? Because, like, unless I missed it in Theon's POV chapters, he doesn't have a single thought about this. If Theon did something really nefarious here and then didn't think about it at all, that's really bad writing and kind of a cheat. Like, Theon was taking his time here. He's like pulling arrows from the... Like, he put 6 arrows in the ground. 1 for each of the wildlings. So it's not like he... No, he put 6 in the ground, and then he had 1 in his hand. So he had 7 arrows. 1 for each of the wildlings, and then 1. What is going on here? Doesn't he think about it, though? Doesn't he think about how unappreciative Robb was because Robb was mad, saying he could have hit Bran? Does he? I don't remember that very clearly. I read all the Theon and Winterfell chapters last night. I don't remember it. It's just really weird. And the other thing about having like almost exactly the number of arrows as there was with the wildlings, you know, it suggests that Theon didn't arrive on the scene like all of a sudden, right? He was watching this fight play out, and he took the time to put a bunch of arrows in the ground Cuddlebones is saying, I think it as he's betraying Rob and trying to come up with justifications. Yeah, this is what it's kind of reading as, but like he doesn't seem to have any thoughts about this later, which is really frustrating because there's not even like a hint of this. We also have to check up on this Quent guy because he's the only named one. Check on Quent, the youngest guard of the four with a soft brown fuzz beard. This explanation just doesn't line up. Which, and if Theon had been watching and waiting, why were the guards watching and waiting? Because they were together. Why would they do that? Why glance at Theon for the explanation? Spied a turkey. I don't even think there are turkey in this forest. Hold on. Are there turkey? Turkey. Let's go back to Theon 4, Clash of Kings. I'm pretty sure we're going to find that there are no turkey in this forest. Theon. Turkey. There's no turkey. Okay, maybe the wiki has something. Turkey. Oh my god. Okay, Wolfswood then. Turkeys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Remember the thing about circular logic? Using the claim to prove the claim? The only footnote is Bran 5 of Game of Thrones. Uh-oh. There's no turkey in these woods. Uh-oh. Hold on. Turkey. Every single mention of turkey. Oh, no. No. It's the only mention of turkey in the entire series? Oh, no, guys. Oh, no. Theon lied. Matt John is saying, I doubt Theon would use the wrong animal even if he was lying. He knows the wolves would. Yeah, but there's not a single other mention of turkey in the entire series. We have no evidence that there's turkey in these woods. Other than Theon saying, oh yeah, I spotted a turkey. If it was that far off, Rob would have called BS. I mean, Rob kind of knows that his explanation is full of shit. Bran had never seen him so angry, yet he said nothing. Like, he kind of knows that this explanation is full of shit, but chooses not to do anything about it. Because Theon's kind of like his brother. I mean, the fact remains that there's literally no other evidence that turkey are in these woods when we get like a ton of other animals in here, right? There's elk in here. Look, elk, red deer, boar, elk, right? There's an elk in Bran 5 of Game of Thrones as well. They talk about all the animals that are in these woods, and there's no turkey. Deer, elk, badger. There's a vixen. There's a bear in the woods. There's no turkeys. None. No turkeys. Yeah, I mean, they were definitely goofing off and being negligent. We were following. We waited for Maester Luwin. And then something happened with Theon, and he looks to Theon for an explanation and quickly looks away abashed. But here's the thing. I spied a turkey. Where is it? I know it's in here. Hold on. We have... Theon says he wanted to hunt something else right at the stop. He had a mind to take a deer. Why are you stopping for turkey when you want to hunt a deer? Like, why would you ever stop for a turkey when you have a deer? There's clearly elk in the woods. Robb picks it up. Doesn't really make much sense. And then a turkey. Turkey generally travel in groups. Generally, when I've seen wild turkey, they're traveling in groups of like 5 or 6. I don't think I've ever seen a wild turkey just chilling alone. A turkey kind of seems odd. None of this makes any sense. Could it also be embarrassing? Like, they found the ambushed Bran and looked to Theon as the noble leader who froze up and could only stick arrows in the ground, not knowing how to approach. Maybe, but I mean, they were watching the whole engagement and didn't intervene until the very end when Stiv had Bran as a hostage. It's a little weird. A little weird. And like all of them on both sides of the stream, right? Because Theon's on one side, and then the guards and Lewin are on the other side of the stream. So, I mean, what? All of them together decided not to intervene, like on their own base. Like, none of this is really making any sense. This story doesn't make sense. Something's wrong here. Maybe if we check up on Quent, we'll see something suspicious. But this story doesn't make any sense. And then, how do we know that they're deserters from the Night's Watch? Robb tells us. I mean, Rob's just kind of assuming. We don't really know. They must have been fools to come so close to Winterfell. Folly and desperation are oft-times hard to tell apart. Shall we bury them? Stiv and Wallen flew down off the wall, not me. So Osha also tells us that they're deserters. Flew down off the wall. Oh, there's another guard who's named here Wayne. Wayne and Quent. So let's search for Wayne and Quent. Oh god. Okay, there's a lot of Waynes. What about Quent? Quent is not seen again. Okay. Man. Okay, Wayne. I don't want Wayne Wood, I just want Wayne. No, it doesn't seem like we see him ever again either. Okay. So the guards are a dead end. the guards are a dead end, then we can't really look them up. We might do well to question her. Why? Why is Maester Luwin interested in questioning Osha? Theon's saying kill her. Bran is saying kill her. Then Maester Luwin says, oh no, you should keep her alive. We should question her. That is very interesting. Okay, so Wayne and Quent are a dead end. Greyjoy, Bran say kill Osha. Maester Luwin says keep her alive and question her. Like, what are you gonna question her for? What are you gonna learn from this random wildling? What do you want her for? What information could she possibly have that would interest you, Mr. Luwin? Information about stuff beyond the wall? Why are you concerned about that? Why is Maester Luwin concerned with what happens beyond the wall? Who cares? She tried to kill your lord. Any more raiding parties in the area? I guess. Yeah, that could be a plausible explanation. Why keep her alive? Maybe to ask about further raiding parties. Yeah. Okay, plausible explanation. Presumably the first question you would ask if you were Maester Luwin, is you would ask her, how did you get here? How did you cross the wall? What route did you take? Right? Those kinds of questions. But we never get that kind of answer, because that kind of question would lead to, further raiding parties, because then you could put men near those places and, watch it. Magion is saying, also, just because Rob was clearly uncomfortable killing a woman. Yeah, he clearly was. But I just find it weird that Maester Luwin is, saying, oh, we should definitely question her. I don't know about that. What information are you going to get from Osha that's useful? I don't think she's going to be particularly truthful about whether there's raiding parties nearby. She's not going to tell you the truth. Oh yeah, there's 6 raiding parties. One's over here, and one's over here. Yeah, go kill all my friends. I don't think she's going to say that. She's not a rat. She's not going to give up all the other positions, if there even are other positions. I then why would she say how she got here? Because, like, if she's gonna have any chance of escape, she would want to keep that a secret. So she's not going to be the most truthful about that. She'll tell you some story about how she crossed a shadow tower or whatever. William Brockus is saying, maybe Lewin is curious about wildling life. He's a maester, probably doesn't get much opportunity to travel beyond the wall, and never tortures her for information. Yeah, but why is he curious about wildling life? Like, why? For what purpose? Just curiosity for curiosity's sake? I don't know. It's... When you consider that Maester Lewin is, predicting that winter is coming... Right? That's what he says at the start of the chapter. He says basically that winter is coming. And now he's like, oh no, we need to keep this random wildling alive and ask her a bunch of questions. Seems like he wants to know things about the North. Maybe about the wild White Walkers. Whether they're actually real, whether they've actually come again. These are the kinds of things that I'm thinking about. Because, like, sure, she would tell you all about that. But I don't think she's going to fess up to, like, logistically whether there's other raiding parties or how she got there. Because that just closes a lot of doors for her. I don't know. It's very, this whole chapter is so weird. Bran mentioned Mance Raider. Maybe she has pertinent information for the Watch. Yeah, except they never get any of that information. So if Maester Lewin is asking about this information and he gets it, then why doesn't he give it to anybody? If Mance sent raiding parties to kidnap Starks. I don't think Mance did send raiding parties to kidnap the Starks, because they kind of just kidnap this random kid in the woods without really knowing who he is. They know that he's rich and a lordling, and they just kind of rob him. And then they're like, oh, whoa, wait, it's a Stark? Whoa, guys, we should bring this guy back to Mance Raider. That would be a very valuable hostage. We would get lots of stuff for that. It's a little weird. Maybe Lewin thinks it at first and questions Osha. Pretty headcanon-y though. Yeah, there's just no... Like, if Maester Lewin asks her questions, we just don't really have a whole lot of evidence of what those questions were. I mean, maybe I'm misremembering things, but it doesn't seem like we have a whole lot of evidence. Maybe there's stuff in Bran 6? Bran 6 would be... Probably she's already been questioned. Oops. Osha. She's in irons. He hasn't seen her in a while. She's been set to working in the kitchens. Doesn't seem like they're questioning her a lot. She's not in a dungeon or anything. She's like walking around. Why? Oh, and then she mentions Mance Raider is just another old crow who flew down from the Shadow Tower, and she hold on, Bran 6 at Game of Thrones. We can actually tell that Stiv and the other guy are Stiv and Wallen flew down off the wall. Not me. Flew down is for the Shadow Tower, I think. Flew down. 4 results. Flew down. Do you think you're the first crow ever flew down off the wall? In your hearts, you all want to fly free. I think that's Egret. Cuddlebones is saying, I'm 4 minutes behind, but probably to ask why the wildlings are this far south from the wall. Yeah, that could be it. Maybe to ask them about further raiding parties. Maybe to ask why they've gone this far south. But then we don't hear about it. And also, she's more or less let free. She has irons on her, but she walks around without any guards. Like, they're being really lenient with her for some reason. Why? Why are they being so lenient with Osha? It's really suspicious. Could be that women are not considered a threat or combatants. Well, Robb Stark actually got in a fight with her. She tried to kill him with a spear. The penalty for doing that is typically death. So, I don't know what's going on here. It's very weird. Flew down. Maybe without quotations there might be more results. Flew down, flew down. Flew down. Stephen Wallen flew down off the wall, not me. And then she says of Mance Raider, he's still just another old black crow who flew down from the Shadow Tower. You could probably figure out who he is if you looked at people who were stationed at the Shadow Tower. Anyways, yeah, there's just like no evidence of what she was questioned on. So I don't know what's going on here. And then the Maester isn't even questioning her the next time we see him. he's looking at his telescope. Medieval cultural expectations. You're either a part of the community or exile/dead. Winterfell can't afford to host a non-working person. Yeah, that could be it. It's still a little weird though. Might be a cultural thing about putting people to work. I'm just really perplexed by the Theon thing. So yeah, we don't have any Theon POVs in Game of Thrones, right? No. Okay. So Theon doesn't really. Bran, no. Wolfswood, no. We're gonna filter by POV here. Theon, Wolfswood. Okay. Thinks about it in Theon 4. And Theon 5. Theon 4 and Theon 5. Okay. Alright. Theon 4 and Theon 5. Theon 4. Bran. Thought of the direwolves running loose gave him a queasy feeling. He remembered the day in the Wolfswood when the wildlings had attacked Bran. See, he doesn't really think of anything. Like, why was he on the other side of the stream? It was weird. Bran. Once he had saved Bran's life with an arrow. Again, he doesn't think about really anything with the day. He just remembers that he did it. But he doesn't think about any of the other things that happened. Like, why did he stay back? He doesn't... The thought doesn't even cross his mind. It's so frustrating. What are you hiding? Yeah, this is just not really making any sense. He doesn't think about it. He does not think about it at all in Theon 4. Maybe he thinks about it in Theon 5. Let's check Theon 5. Bran. Yeah, here's the wolf's head brooch of Bran's. Slag of melted silver and cracked jet. After he burns them. So that's what Bran was wearing during Bran 5 of Game of Thrones. And then when he has a dream of dead people, he sees King Robert, Eddard Stark, Jory Castle, Fat Tom, Porther Kane, Hullen, Master of Horse, not to be confused with Hal Mullen. All of these people are not assets of Varys. Mikken and Chael, who also don't seem to be assets. I mean, Mikken, like, dies for Winterfell. Chael just gets randomly executed. Benford Tallheart. The Miller's wife is innocent as well. Even the wildling Theon had killed in the Wolfswood that day, he had saved Bran's life. Stiv is at this table. Why is Stiv at the table? Just randomly Stiv. And these aren't just people that, like, Theon feels guilty about killing, because, like, King Robert had nothing to do with him. Or Brandon Stark, Lyanna Stark has nothing to do with him. Rickard Stark has nothing to do with him. Even the wildling Theon had killed in the Wolfswood the day he'd saved Bran's life. It just doesn't make any sense. Why is he not thinking about this at all? Oh, that is so frustrating. And then he thinks that Lewin is capable of poisoning somebody. He suspects that Lewin gave him poison and decides not to drink it. William is saying Theon not thinking about something. Yeah, I know, but he's thinking about all these other things that he's done, and then he just doesn't think about how he saved Bran one time. Like he's trying to kill Bran really hard, and he's not thinking at all about the time that he saved Bran. Not really. That's kind of weird. It's kind of weird not to think about, like, to think about all these other things and then to not think about the time that you saved the person that you're trying to kill right now, when he's clearly he's feeling guilty about things. He's dreaming of all the people he feels like he killed, and then even more people. Like, I don't know, something's really off here, and I don't know what it is, because George is actively hiding it from me. Really annoying. I mean, also we gotta look at Lyanna Stark. Slim, sad girl who wore a crown of pale blue roses and a white gown spattered with gore. That's a strange image. Anyway, so Theon doesn't think about it at all. Oh, okay, fine. Moving on. There's a second thing that I wanted to find. I think it's in A Storm of Swords, actually. Storm of Swords. Here it is, John 3. The cave. So there's a secret tunnel to Winterfell. I don't know if they mentioned it this chapter, but I seem to remember it's this chapter. So they start talking about caves. Yeah, here we go. So, I think they're in, where are they right now? They're at this mouth of a cave. I forget where they are. They're in, like, the hills, right? I'm trying to remember where Jon Snow is in this chapter. Okay, so they hide in this cave. And there's an underground stream somewhere below them, an even greater cavern. And all of them are in there. Okay, we're gonna get to the secret tunnel. Don't worry, it's here. Secret tunnel. I'm just trying to figure out the geography of this place. Then there's a back of the cavern. And then there's a dim back room, wandering through a maze of columns, stalactites. And then there's a hole with a sound of water. Okay. She's in here. Crawl a dozen paces before the cave opened up around him. And it's really dark in there. And there's a waterfall into a wide pool with pale green water. And she says there's a passage that goes further. It goes at least 100 paces. It goes on and on and on. There's 100 caves in these hills, and down deep they all connect. There's even a way under your wall. Gorne's Way. I'm telling you guys, there's a secret tunnel. Everybody looks at me like I'm crazy when I mention the secret tunnel, but it exists. There is a secret tunnel. It's in John 3. The Storm of Swords. Gorne's Way. Gorne was king beyond the wall. Honestly, just the whole quote. And his brother Gendel, 3,000 years ago. Wow. Hold on. 3,000 years ago. What happened 3,000 years ago? Who was king of the north at that time? Does the wiki know? "3,000 years ago. Gorne. Ah, it's Greyguard. Okay. John 3, A Storm of Swords. Cave near Greyguard connects to Gorne's Way. And south of the wall, all the way to Winterfell. But who was king in the north? 3,000 years ago, the king's son took up his fallen father's crown and killed Gorne. And this is after the establishment of the Night's Watch, which checks out. Who's king in the north? It's well before this. Hold on. Bran the Builder was the no date. Bran the Breaker. When was he? Whoa. Okay, it's not him. Jon Stark? Maybe? Jon Stark? Doesn't seem like it. He died and then his son killed Gorne. Theon Stark? Doesn't seem like it. Oh. It might be him. Wiki is estimating he's somewhere between 6,000 BC to 2000 BC. I mean, 3,000 years ago falls in that slot. It could be Theon Stark. I don't know. Okay, Secret Tunnel. Back to Secret Tunnel. So she goes in this passage. It goes at least 100 paces. It went on and on and on. There's hundreds of caves in these hills, and down deep they all connect. There's even a way under your wall, Gorne's way. Gorne was king beyond the wall. Together with his brother Gendil 3,000 years ago, they led a host of free folk through the caves, and the watch was none the wiser. But when they come out, the wolves of Winterfell fell upon them, which means that they came out near Winterfell. So there's a secret passageway, Gorne's way, that goes all the way to Winterfell. There was a battle. Gorne slew the king in the north, but his son picked up his banner and crown and cut down Gorne in turn. And then the Night's Watch took them in the rear. Gendil had the king to the south, the Umbers to the east, and the Watch to the north of him. He died as well. No, so it doesn't come to Winterfell. It comes, hold on. Get my map here. If he's got the Umbers to the east of him, Starks to the south of him, Watch to the north of him, he came out somewhere in here. don't know. The Umber thing is really throwing a wrench in this. I mean, technically you could be like somewhere here and the Umbers could still come from the east. Or the Umbers could have marched south along the last river and come from the east here. Because I don't even think there was a King's Road at that time. Very confusing. Anyway. Gendel didn't die. He cut his way free through the crows and led his people back north, with the wolves howling at their heels, while Gendel didn't know the caves as Gorne had and took a wrong turn. Deeper and deeper, and they tried to turn back the ways that seemed familiar. And then they were never seen again. And apparently the ghosts of these children eat people. If you try to look for this cave. And Crasser. Yeah, whatever. So there's a secret cave that goes beyond the wall. And my theory is that Osha used this cave to get south of the wall, rather than going around by sea or climbing the wall or something like that. She could have much more easily gone through the secret passage. And I know that Ygritte says that nobody knows where this passage is. But the wildlings lie a lot to Jon Snow. And they randomly set up shop in the middle of this cave hall that happens to connect to the to Gorne's way. I don't know. It seems like too much of a coincidence. Matt Jonas saying that would be a massive tunnel. I wonder if it's a leftover from the children. I assume you mean the children of the forest, since they seem to like underground stuff. Yeah. And also she's talking about children here. Children sobbing, and all she hears is falling water and faint crackle of flames. Like Gendil's children could be a euphemism for the children of the forest. Sobbing under the hills. And like the children of the forest, supposedly like one of the ways that they sound is like the sound of falling water. That's what their language sounds like. It's like a stream or like a wind, is apparently what their native tongue sounds like. And she's saying, listen, do you hear them? Like that could be the children of the forest. I had it right down there. I mean, I don't think so, but it could be. And then there's another hint here that this story is true, where John's like, you sound like Old Man. Except we, the reader, know that almost every single one of the Old Man's stories is true. Imagine it saying, oh, could be where most of them died off. Actually, it makes sense that over generations, wildlings attributed the children to their king. Yeah. And then it kind of answers a big question of like, where did all of these children in the forest suddenly go? Well, they're hiding in these caves, right? And when we meet a child of the forest, in Bran's chapters later on, where do we see them? Underground. We find the children of the forest underground, hiding in a cave network, which also, by the way, has a tunnel that kind of seems to go on, and quite possibly connects to Gorne's Way. Yeah, I don't know. There's something going on with Gorne's Way, and it's a way underneath the wall, past the wall, that most people forget about. Like, for example, when I was talking about Mance Rayder and his story of how he climbed the wall and got a new horse and all that, like, if Mance Rayder knew about Gorne's Way, then there would be no need for any of those shenanigans. He could just go under the wall. Cuttlebones is saying, yeah, we're getting children in the forest and Weirwood Net involved now. Yeah, Catspaw really goes in a lot of directions. It's kind of like a central mystery of the whole book. It really connects to everything. There's so many aspects to it. And then the other thing about Gorne's Way is that we know it has water in it, right? So if there's water running through Gorne's Way, then it's gonna come out at the other end, right? So my theory was that this stream that we see with the wildlings coming out of it could be a stream connected to Gorne's Way, right? And then that would explain how Osha and the others kind of got beyond the wall so easily and completely undetected. It would explain a lot of how the wildlings kind of move around undetected. And again, like, why would they why would they tell Jon Snow that they know exactly how to get through this passage and they can just bypass the wall's defenses? Like, why would you ever tell Jon Snow that? Right? Like, they're not going to be honest with him. So Ygritte, who's like involved with him, lets it slip a little bit that this path even exists, and kind of jokes with him. But I'm pretty sure this is actually Gorne's way down there. Or at least it would connect to Gorne's way. Maybe it isn't the Gorne's way, but you know, she did say that all of these paths connect. So eventually you will stumble on Gorne's way if you go down there. You could probably mark the walls with chalk or something, or use some rope or something to, you know, scratch the walls, maybe with some flint. I don't know. You could definitely navigate your way down there. You just need enough torches, I guess. That's the thing. So that was kind of my theory. That was where I was trying to get. I thought that there was a cave at the end of the stream, but it doesn't seem that there is a cave at the end of the stream. Although there is a stream that goes on for miles and miles and miles and miles. Its source is something. I guess we can take a look at the map again. Because the source of the stream isn't Long Lake. Right? So there's some other source for this stream that goes on for miles? I don't know. Matt Jonas saying, I think it would be more a myth for most wildlings, since no one would climb the wall if it was widespread. Osha knowing about it would make her interesting. Osha almost certainly knows about it. I mean, Osha knows Mance Raider and came from Mance Raider's camp. We've established that. She knows some kind of secret way beyond the wall. She would have heard at least about the myth of Gorne's way. And we also know that Mance's camp has been sort of in this area where the caves are for a while. I mean, it's not that far-fetched that she either knew about it or found it. Waba, hey John, what's up? What are you focused on right now? Right now we're focused on this secret tunnel that goes into the north, deep into the north. So there's this tunnel called Gorne's Way, and it starts from over here in the wildling foothills, basically, and then it goes all the way south, at least to Last Hearth area, likely further, and there's a random stream at Winterfell that starts from the north and flows south. It's a lot of water. It's thigh deep water, so this isn't like a very tiny body of water, and it doesn't connect to Long Lake. There's no other lakes in the area. And there's a massive underground river in Gorne's Way that also flows from north all the way south, and if there is an outpoint, then the outpoint for Gorne's Way is going to have water spilling out the other side. So my argument is, and it's kind of speculative because I can't really prove it, but my argument is that the stream that we see in Bran 5 of Game of Thrones and Theon 4 of Clash of Kings, which is the same stream, is a stream that is coming out of Gorne's Way, and that's how Osha and the other wildlings got beyond the wall without being detected, as they took Gorne's Way and they came out through the stream. Robin Ziphood is saying, Sam crosses the wall by walking into the mouth of a weirwood that only appears when he recites his oath. A lot of entrances could be hidden like that. Could be doesn't mean they are. Also, I mean, this is a massive tunnel that leads directly south, and we're going to say that George never uses it? Ever in the entire series? Nobody uses it? Come on. Somebody knows about this tunnel. All of the tunnels in the hills, all the caves in the hills connect to this tunnel, so you wouldn't necessarily even have to know which tunnel you have to camp in, you know, which tunnel you have to squeeze through to get to Gorne's Way. You just take it and you go until you get into the main underground river, and then you follow the river south until you get out. It wouldn't be very hard at all to figure out where Gorne's Way is, like when you think about it logically speaking, because you would just follow the water. The water has to have an out point somewhere. Annabelle's saying, I'm gonna go back to the start of the stream, but hey. Yeah, we hey, I waffled a bit. there was a solid section of the stream that didn't go anywhere. This has basically been me trying to figure out if Osha came through Gorne's Way. I had a hunch that she came through Gorne's Way, but I can't really prove it. It's just kind of a very strong suspicion, and it seems like it would be possible. Gorne's Way, it just goes straight into the north. Did they mention whether there were fields or forests around it, maybe? Yeah, I mean, she's very explicit. There are hundreds of caves in these hills, and down deep, they all connect. There's even a way under your wall, Gorne's Way. They all connect. Like, even Ygritte knows about this. She's kind of, like, messing with Jon. She knows about this way that goes under the wall, and she's taunting him with it. Because she enjoys messing with him. And the sound of swords awoke the crows in their castles, and they rode out in black to take the free folk in the rear. Yeah, that's kind of mythic hyperbole. Like, you wouldn't actually hear the swords. Gendel had the King of the North, i.e. King Stark, to the south, the Umbers to the east, and the Watch to the north of him. Allegedly. That would seem to put them, like, right here. Near the last river. Could the last river be the outpoint of this underground river of Gorne's Way? Is there anything said about the source point of Last River? The Last River's headwaters are a number of streams in the northern mountains. Okay. Streams from the northern mountains. Well, then it can't be the outpoint of the underground river. Because the streams from the northern mountains, like, that would mean the water flowed upwards. So then it's not the last river. What about the Lonely Hills? Because Mance Rayder implies that he's been to this area before. Sorry, on my map I've put the Wolfswood too far. But there's kind of like this open land near the Lonely Hills, near the Long Lake. And Mance Rayder says, oh yeah, I've been here before. Mance Rayder has been here before, according to his statement, and he was talking to Melisandre, so he has... Like, he's not lying to the Night's Watch when he's saying that. If he's lying to Melisandre. This is when Melisandre is like, hey, I've seen a vision of Arya Stark. Turns out it's not Arya Stark. And she was found in this area. Can you go find her? I mean, if Gorne's Way comes out over there, the King of the North would be south of you, the Night's Watch would be north of you. The only problem is Umbers. Although, I guess Last Earth could be in the wrong position on my map, but I traced it from George's map, so I don't know. Maybe Last Earth was in a different place back then. It was 3,000 years ago. Or maybe they just coordinated together and like Last Earth just like marched south and made sure that they were cut off. Well, I was saying, can you prove she came some other way? Osha came some other way? Well, she doesn't have any climbing equipment on her. So... What? She just dumped a bunch of climbing equipment on the south side of the wall? Like, there's easier ways to get around the wall. You could go... Eastwatch by the Sea is a common one. You could try crossing near the Shadow Tower. And then you could take Gorne's Way. By far the safest of those options is Gorne's Way. Like, if you knew about it, it would be the easiest way to get south of the wall, because, like, you know that nobody's going to detect you. So it's just a matter of, like, bringing enough supplies to get to the other side. Another thing is that the wildlings don't have any horses or pack animals when they come out on the other side. I was saying, if she came alone, she would have chosen the easiest way possible. She came with 5 other people. Is there any outs in the caves? I'm not sure what you mean, Stefan. Yes, there are out points of the cave that come out in the south. The tunnels go under the wall. Ygritte is very clear about that, and the myth as well is very clear that it goes all the way under the wall, and you can come out well past the Night's Watch. At least as far as the last river. At least. AV is saying, isn't it theorized that Bran will return using the cave system? Yeah, he could return using the cave system. Stefan is saying, I mean on the way to where you're talking about. You mean, like, is there an exit to the cave in a midpoint, like along? So assuming that the cave went all the way to Winterfell, which it doesn't seem to. It seems to go. I think if it goes that far, then it comes out in the Wolf's Wood. Could it have exits along the way? Yeah. I mean, the Breakstone Hills. Sort of this area on the west of the map that I'm pointing to on the screen. Like, there's a lot of hills there. You could theoretically have an exit there. I don't know. Seems plausible. And I mean, these guys, the other thing is, these guys constantly complain about wildlings on their land. Right? And Shadow Tower is constantly complaining about wildlings getting past. They must be watching this river. I don't know. It seems like there might be an exit in these hills, in the western hills, northwestern hills, near Shadow Tower and Breakstone Hill. If you came out here, could be a massive underground complex that connects to the crypts of Winterfell, maybe connected with the whole Winterfell holding winter back theory. Yeah, I mean, nobody knows how deep the crypts go. It's a little suspicious. I don't know. Maybe it's one exit out of many. Like, a cave that's this big, I mean, anything's possible, right? One thing that we seem to know is that it doesn't go past Winterfell. Because if it had gone past Winterfell, I think the wildlings back in the Mythic Age would have just gone past Stark, right? So that's like the limit. I was saying it's more suspicious if no one truly knows how deep the crypts go. It is a little suspicious, but I can't prove anything because we're never going to see those crypts. Stephen is also saying it's weird how they built the crypts bottom to top. Yeah. I was saying that's nonsensical for keeping a castle secured. Yeah, I don't know. Mad John is saying it sounds more natural that it's just one branch out of a massive network. Maybe it's too complex to navigate, so wildlings only know some branches. Yes, possible. Very possible. Although it seems like there's one central, like, underground river, and over the course of, like, thousands and millions of years, this underground river has eroded the stone underneath it to create a big cave, right? And then that's what the wildlings sort of follow. Walma says people navigate the Paris catacombs and they're okay. Actually, people have died in the Paris catacombs from getting lost. There was one guy who he actually died right before he found the exit. Tragic stuff. But yeah, this underground river, like, I don't know. Is there any lore to these caves? It reminds me of one of these weird places in the world of Ice and Fire. Yeah, let's go look at Gorne's Way. Wait, what's Gornath? Huh. It's a suspiciously similar name, but do we have any information about Gorne? Okay, it's in the world of Ice and Fire. Ancient history, the Dawn Age. All right, let's look for it. Song of Ice and Fire. I gotta look for this. Hold on. Song of Ice and Fire. Do I have it? Okay. It's ancient history, right? The Dawn Age. Come on, go to the Dawn Age. Okay. The Dawn Age. We're reading the world of Ice and Fire now. We're looking for Gorne, King Gorne, and Gorne's Way. Giants didn't have kings. We're sort of on the right track. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about with the children of the forest. Brandon could not at first understand their speech, which was described as sounding like the song of stones in a brook, or the wind through leaves, or the rain upon the water. It just sounds like sort of natural stuff. Natural sounds. Their speech originated or drew inspiration from the sounds they heard every day. Let's keep on going. Keep on going. Ah, Gorne, alright. They made their homes simply, constructing no holdfast or castles or city. Instead, they resided in the woods, in crannogs, in bogs and marshes, and even in caverns and hollow hills. It has long been held that they did this for protection from predators. Blah, blah, blah. Their greatest foes were the giants. There's a barrow near the Long Lake, a giant's burial with obsidian arrows found amidst its ribs. There's a barrow at Long Lake of a giant. Huh. It brings to mind a transcription of a wildling song in Maester Herrick's History of the Kings Beyond the Wall regarding the brothers Gendel and Gorne. They were called upon to mediate a dispute between a clan of children and a family of giants over the possession of a cavern. Gendel and Gorne, it is said, ultimately resolved the matter through trickery, making both sides disavow any desire for the cavern after the brothers discovered it was part of a greater chain of caverns that eventually passed beneath the wall. So the giants and the children of the forest were fighting in the area of Long Lake, given that there is a barrow, a burial place of a giant here who got shot up with a bunch of arrows from the children of the forest. There was a war here between the children of the forest and the giants, and as part of this war, they were fighting over the entrance to Gorne's Way, somewhere near Long Lake. So my hunch was correct that Mance Rayder being near Long Lake is likely an indication of Gorne's Way being near Long Lake. Like, all of this is pointing towards an entrance to near Long Lake, or maybe the Lonely Hills. Bad John is saying Gorne mediates between a children and a giant dispute. Maybe the reward was knowledge of the Weirwood tunnels. No, although, I mean, Gorne steals that knowledge as part of the dispute. Kirsty is saying, think Blackpool at River Run runs down to the underground river leading to BR Cave? I'm not sure what that refers to, and the wall. Underneath Winterfell is likely the entry to Hades with the rotten egg-smelling springs sulfur there too. Yeah, it could be. There could be multiple entrances. Why does it matter? I wonder if the umber symbol of a chained giant dates to this period. Yeah, maybe. Cuttable saying Blood Raven. Long in Chinese equals dragon, so Long Lake could be Dragon Lake. Or it could be a long lake because it's long. I don't know. Could also be Dragon Lake, I guess. I don't really know. But it seems like if there are multiple entrances and exits to Gorne's Way, it seems that one of them is at Long Lake. And it's a big enough entrance or exit for it to be worth fighting a war over between the giants and the children of the men, right? Because they were fighting a war over it. This isn't some like willy-nilly like crack in the rock that you have to do like 6 backflips to get through. It's something worth killing each other over. Let's see if there's any more. beasts of the woods and giants were eventually joined by other greater dangers. I mean, this is hold on, but this song would be older than what Jon Snow and what Ygritte are saying. If there's children of the forest and giants around, this would be a lot older than 3,000 years. Cave diving is dangerous indeed. I bet children are great cave divers. Giants, probably not so good. Yeah, and I mean, like, the fact that the giants are fighting over it means that it's big enough for a giant to get into, right? So this is a really big entrance. It's also a big enough entrance for an entire host of wildlings to pour through, right? This is a huge big entrance. Huge entrance. Really big. I'm honestly kind of surprised that nobody's found it by accident, because it seems like the Maesters have been looking in that area. They found a barrow. What do we know about Long Lake? It was used again. Oh, it was used again. It was used recently. Who somehow managed to bypass the wall? I wonder if the wildlings know about this. Yeah, and then Mance assumes that she's speaking about Long Lake, dying horse near a large body of water. This is in living memory. Raymond Redbeard is in living memory for the wildlings. They know about this entrance. They fully know about this. Oh yeah, they used ramparts and ropes and ladders for people to cross over a wall that's like 700 feet tall. Yeah, bullshit. Bullshit. Oh, and they just happened to come out at Long Lake, where the entrance to Gorne's Way is. Bullshit. Bullshit. Night's Watch was caught off guard. Bullshit. It comes out around Long Lake. Yeah. Okay, so Gorne's Way comes out at Long Lake. That's really interesting. Okay. That puts a hole in my Osha theory. So I've been disproven on live stream, but I found out something very important, which is that Mance Raider absolutely does know about Gorne's Way and knows exactly where it is. He's used it before. That's fascinating. John is saying, but if Vance knew about this big entrance, why not take it? My guess is that he was sending people through the caves to find an exit, but those who did, like Osha, just ran away and didn't report. Yeah, that could be the explanation for what Osha was doing and why they're like, go back. Why would we go back? We made it. But it seems that he does know where this path is, and he's used it before because he says that he's been there before. He's like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've been in an area just like that. And then he links up with the Umbers. Stephen Webb is saying, so what does this have to do with the catspaw? Well, basically, I got disproven, and it doesn't really have much to do with the catspaw. I thought that it had something to do with the catspaw, but I was wrong. I got caught in 4K. My career is over. Oh my god. Although it connects to other things, it's useful to know. It seems like Osha was sent by Mance Rayder to go through Gorne's way for some purpose, or she was with Mance Rayder and then fled and then used Gorne's way to get south. Anyways, she took Gorne's way to get past the wall. Then she worked her way from Long Lake down through the Wolf's Wood, I guess, and stumbled on this stream, started following this stream that goes like several miles, and then they're walking along this stream. They're cooking as well. They were cooking in a fire because Bran smells the fire, and then they abandoned their fire. And then Bran and Robb get spotted coming along the water, and they're like, what the heck is this? I guess some lord just fell into our laps, so let's just go kidnap him and rob him. I don't know. I was wondering like whether they had been sent by somebody, but it doesn't really seem like it. It seems like they really did just kind of happen to bump into each other, which is really weird. I don't know. Well, I was saying delete the stream. Yeah, we can't have any evidence of me ever being wrong. You can't ever be wrong on the internet. Matt John is saying fraud alert. Stephen is saying fraud watch. Oh my god. Matt John is saying, honestly, we need a video on this tunnel. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. It's like making a separate video on this tunnel, because it seems like we all have collective amnesia about it. I mean, even I forgot about it until I reread A Storm of Swords, and I was like, wait a minute, what? Well, I was saying, not sure of logistics of fire in the tunnels. Yeah, I don't know how the fire would work in the tunnels, but we know that Osha was cooking stuff, because when in Bran 5 of Game of Thrones, the wildlings were cooking stuff when Bran first enters the Wolf's Wood, because Bran smells them cooking things, and nobody else was in the area, so the cooking fire that he was smelling was their cooking fire. So they weren't really on the move, actually. They were just kind of camping there. Maybe they stopped for a day. I don't know why they were there. I thought I would be able to figure it out. But now I just have even more questions, and I'm even more confused. I was saying they would need to pop up for air. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Christopher Cheeves, great nickname by the way, is saying, I know this is unrelated, but please sometime investigate the death of Aegon the Unworthy. Trust me, you will find something interesting. I'm not asking for a video or anything, just letting you know. Okay, I will take note of this. Investigate the death of Aegon the Unworthy. Well, this stream has gone completely off the rails because it completely disproves this component of my theory. I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board on this. I don't even know what to think of this. Matt Jonas saying, kind of makes sense though. You come out of the tunnel with next to no supplies, so you stop, hunt, maybe cook with a fire for the first time in weeks. Yeah, like that part makes sense. That isn't confusing. I think we figured out that part of the mystery of like, okay, how logistically did Osha get there? Why were they specifically at this part of the stream? Like, that all kind of makes sense. What doesn't make sense really was like why they came south in the first place. Why did they detach from Mance Rayder? Why didn't Mance Rayder use the Long Lake Tunnel before? And then the other big question was like, okay, Maester Luwin is dragging his feet, but then why are the guards dragging their feet as well? And why did Theon Greyjoy do all this weird stuff? We looked at Theon's brain, and he doesn't actually really think about this at all. Like, George is clearly hiding something here, and it's really frustrating. Walma's saying, why do you think Osha isn't doing what she was told to do? I mean, that's a good point, actually. Yeah. I don't know. It's just, it's strange. Yeah, no, like, she could have been ordered by Mance to go check out this tunnel, see what's on the other side, and yeah. But the problem is that he clearly identifies in A Dance with Dragons that he has been to Long Lake before, which means that even without Osha scouting this, he does find Gorne's way at some point. Hold on, let's check John 3 again, because they camp at the entrance of Gorne's Way, right? But I'm trying to remember if we see Mance Rayder, because he's in the camp, but do we see him? Is he accounted for? Mance. Because if we can't find him in John 3, maybe that's what he's doing, is finding Gorne's Way. And that's what they came to these caves for. He's on the hill. The Thens want him. Okay. Jarl was with the Magnar. Mance had given them the joint command. Right. Because Mance stayed behind in the camp. And it's the Thens who are camping at Gorne's Way. Okay. Okay. I mean, this is so... I mean, look at this sequence of events that Ygritte has to go through. It just doesn't make any sense. So, she hears running water. She goes off into a back room. She goes through this maze. And then, it's like pitch black. There's a dark hole. The sound of water is still faint. She would have to crawl a dozen paces without knowing whether there's something on the other side. So she could get very stuck here. And then she finds a waterfall with a pool. And then she's still not satisfied, and she still continues to look for a passage. And finds one, follows it 100 paces, and then comes back. I mean, just what a bizarre sequence of events if you have no idea where this cave leads. Like, this is how you die when you're cave diving, is you just crawl yourself headfirst into some dark hole with no idea what's on the other side. Matt John is saying he might know the entrance and exit locations, but not the way through the tunnel. No, the through the tunnel part would be the easiest part of the Gorne's Way, because you would just follow the water. Right? So there's a main tunnel. Okay, hold on. I'm going to need to get Microsoft Paint to explain this visually. Okay, so let's do this visually. All right. So there's a big old cave, and it looks, here's the cave. All right, and let's say that that's north. All right, and there's some water in the cave. Okay, there's an underground river, which is the whole reason this cave exists, is this underground river. All right. And the river flows this way. It starts in the north, and it goes south. And then we assume at one end there is an entrance, so we've presumably found the entrance in the north. So we'll just say E for entrance or exit, depending on which way you come. And then there's going to be an exit wherever this water comes out, right? And maybe it looks like that, something like this, and it, water goes down, and it would erode a hole through whatever it's coming through, right? Maybe there's hypothetically some side tunnels that go like this along the way. Maybe, we don't know, but maybe this could be a thing, that there's like a side tunnel or something. And we're assuming that this entrance exit is along a lake, and this entrance exit is John 3, a storm of swords, right? So that's what we're seeing. So getting through the cave would actually be really trivial for Mance Rider, right? All you would have to do is follow the water south. You just follow it where it flows, and then if you wanted to get back north, you would just follow it uphill. You would go the other way, at least for the main tunnel part of it. But considering that they said that like people got lost down there, I think it's likely that there's a bunch of different, entrances and exits, and they don't know exactly which one leads where. So that would be probably the hardest part. Not this part, where the central chamber of the cave network, where there's a massive underground river. That would be easy. Finding the entrances and exits and like which one is which, that would be pretty hard. Matt John is saying, might not be that simple. Could be all sorts of bends and splits with dead ends or parts you need to squeeze through. Yeah, maybe. But you would still be able to follow water. Imagine saying, Wawa is saying, underground river can be fed by groundwater exit points that would make more additional branches. Yeah. Imagine saying, if anything, it's very unlikely that there's a main river all the way. Well, there is a path that goes all the way, according to the text. I don't know. That's just what the text says. Where is it? There's hundreds of caves in these hills, and down deep, they all connect. All of them connect. There's even a way under your wall. Gorne's Way. It seems likelier that, like on the out end of this chamber, there's like a gazillion different branches, and they all like connect in weird ways like this, and you just have no idea. Right, so there's like the main branch that goes like this, and then once you get through it, it's just this complete, oh my god, where are we? And you have to like crawl through 12 feet of rock and go through the maze of columns and blah blah blah. I don't know. This tunnel definitely exists. There is a way. Maybe it's not a big river the whole time. A bunch of smaller different rivers. Maybe the last river is part of it. I don't know. It's unclear how the mechanics of this passage work. I think kind of deliberately, but there's an exit somewhere around Long Lake. All right, so let me get this bad boy. Paste that there. So the lore is that around here there's an entrance somewhere there, and it goes all the way to Long Lake here, and there's an exit somewhere here which would allow the Night's Watch to come at you from the north, the Umbers to come at you from the east, and the King of the North to come at you from the south. So that's where the big entrance. This is a big entrance, big enough for a giant to go into, big enough to fight a war over. And then this one is a very small, obscure entrance exit. That's the thing established by the lore. I'm kind of using supposition to say there's an underground river here because there would need to be at some point for some portion of it. I don't know. I could be totally wrong, but this part is the part confirmed by the text. There's an entrance here. John 3, a storm of sorts. We have that one, and then this one is the world of ice and fire. Oops. Whatever, you know what I mean. I can't spell. Where else is it? It's also Mel 1, a dance with dragons. And then there's a bit, it's kind of implied, but John 3, a storm of swords, there's a bit of information that sort of puts us near there. And so and then hypothetically, if Mance Raider, I'm going to use yellow here, if Mance Raider was like hanging out over here, right? Or maybe up here, I don't know where he was hanging out. Anyways, he's hanging out somewhere in the north here. And then Osha splits up from him and goes south and finds this entrance. Then she goes through the cave, somehow finds her way through the cave, gets out over here, and then she works her way south along some kind of stream that goes for miles and miles and miles, basically to where we find her in Bran 5, A Game of Thrones. That's my theory about the secret tunnel. Is that Osha was in Mance Raider's camp. She detached from it for some unclear reason. Whether that was under orders or not. Clearly Stiv had no intention of following orders. He seemed to be the leader of the group. It didn't seem like Osha was the leader at that point, anyway. I mean, it would certainly explain a lot of how she was able to get that far south, right? Because all of them find it very surprising that a wildling was found that far south. They're all like, whoa, what? How did they get past Shadow Tower and the Flints in the Hills and the Umbers. Well, how did she do that? Well, she just bypassed them with the cave. Or at least that's my theory. I don't think I'll ever be able to prove it. But it would certainly make a lot of sense. As for what her mission was, that's the thing that eludes me. Like, what her purpose was. Was she just running from the White Walkers? Like, what was the plan here? I don't know what they were doing. Is the weird part. Might be confirmed in wins, so yes, will never be proven. RIP. Just because there's a path doesn't mean that it's entirely along one river or that it's easy to find. Yeah. My point is that the river splits in non-obvious ways. And yeah, it partly reunites and leads to the south, but it's a maze. Yeah, I guess so. William Brockus is saying, wait, is this how Garrett got down from the north? Could be, yeah. This could be how he got south. Yeah. I mean, it's either this or he used the Night Fort. I don't think the Night Fort is really common knowledge anymore, but Garrett has been part of the Night's Watch for like decades, so he could know with it. Did Garrett come with the Direwolf? Ooh, now that's a really interesting question. That's a really interesting question. But I think the Direwolf must have come through Gorne's way, right? Because the Direwolf isn't going to swim across the river. The Direwolf isn't going to climb across the on top of the wall. The Direwolf isn't going to go through the Night Fort's door. The only way that the Direwolf could have gotten past the wall is that it somehow found its way through Gorne's way. So we can actually, yeah, no, that's the only way for the Direwolf to have gotten there, unless we're saying that when Mage Mormont or whatever her name is got on a boat, traded a pregnant Direwolf with the wildlings, took it across a boat, landed at Deepwood, marched all the way south to Winterfell, and then placed it beneath a ridge just to kind of troll the Starks. I mean, clearly the Direwolf came through the tunnel. I think that's clear. Which explains a lot. Was Garrett saved by Cold Hands? Yeah, I don't know. Garrett runs away. He's told to watch the horses, and then he's like, yeah, bye. So he takes his horse. And then, oh yeah, wait, but Garrett doesn't have a horse when we meet him. He lost his horse somewhere. Three-eyed Raven guiding Osha through the tunnels to meet Bran to encourage him over the wall or save him from Theon. Ooh. Oliver Wolf is saying, can you please look at the genetics for warging and being a green seer, please? Preston says it's one gene for both, and I think it's two. Thank you. I don't know, man. I'm on a completely different line of thinking right now. Dersh is saying, I usually don't comment, but just wanted to say I really appreciate your analysis and hope you stick to making video for a long while. Great voice too. Thank you. I appreciate your contribution. Hope you continue enjoying videos and my wild ravings. If you've been watching the whole stream, sometimes I get proved wrong. by my own line of analysis, no less. Embarrassing. But I did learn something that I didn't expect to learn, which is where the entrance of Gorne's Way is. There's an entrance at Long Lake. And then, yeah, Oh, you know what else? The direwolf at the beginning must have come the same way. Right? So there's a... so we know that the direwolf came through Gorne's Way because there's simply no other way for the direwolf to have gotten across the wall. And then it comes out, I guess, at Long Lake. And Osha was following this stream. Could it be that the direwolf was following the stream too? And then the direwolf follows the stream, goes past Winterfell, hits this river, and then, hooks over here to near where the bridge is, gets gutted by an elk. There's a lot of elk in this forest, by the way. Or stag. I think it got hit by stag. So it gets gored by stag somewhere over here, I guess. And then we find it basically at this bridge in Ned 1 at Game of Thrones. That's a long way for the direwolf to go. That's a really long way. Maybe there's another exit. And then what compelled the direwolf to go all that way through Gorne's Way while it was pregnant with like 6 different cubs? That seems like Three-Eyed Raven stuff, doesn't it? Did the Three-Eyed Raven warg into the mother wolf to send it south through Gorne's Way and all the way to Winterfell? Like, it's not completely impossible. They do mention how the Greenseers have control over animals. And we've demonstrated that you can warg into a direwolf. Matt John is saying 100% way too coincidental that the Starks get the direwolves needed to wake their latent warg talent, then be manipulated by the direwolves as the story goes on. I was saying Bloodraven had to mate first as a wolf, as a female wolf. Listen, let's not think about the implications of this. Let's just leave that one on the table. It's for somebody else to analyze. But I don't know. Does anybody see any other ways for the direwolf to get across? Like, this kind of seems far-fetched to me, but I don't see any other way for the direwolf to get there. We know that there's direwolves north of the wall, so they're like still here. It's not as if nobody has ever seen one. It's not like people assert that they like don't exist. The problem is that they're not where they should be. They shouldn't be able to get past the wall at all. Because, yeah, I mean, you can't climb the wall as a direwolf. You can't go through one of the Night's Watch's gates. You can't take a boat by Eastwatch by the sea as a direwolf. You can't take a boat across the river that's near the Shadow Tower as a direwolf. You can't go through the Night Fort's door because you're not part of the Night's Watch. Also, I don't think you can speak English, so it's going to be pretty difficult for you to get through the door where you have to recite the oath of the Night's Watch and prove that you're a member of the Night's Watch. Also, the door can see you, so it would see that you're a direwolf. And then the only other way that I know of to get across the wall is through Gorne's Way, which a direwolf could take. A direwolf could walk into the cave and squeeze through the hole and honestly probably navigate it much better than a human could. Might be shorter unknown tunnels, so maybe not the mega tunnel used by the Wildling Army. Maybe. William Brockus is saying, okay, same person, Bloodraven, Cold Hands, whoever, saves Garrett after the prologue, sends Garrett with the wolf and a warning to the Starks on this long odyssey, and then Ned just cuts his head off. Yeah, I mean, the more you read about Ned, the more you realize he's kind of a dick sometimes. Morgan is saying, what if the underground maze at Winterfell extends out further than we thought? There is a possible city. There is a possible city under there? Wait, there's a city under what? Whoa, what? There's a city under Winterfell? That's the first I'm hearing of it. Hazelleaf is saying, swimming or rafting across the bay. Animals do so shockingly, often in real life. Okay. But then why didn't the Shadow Tower see it? I feel like a direwolf, a fully adult-sized direwolf, swimming or rafting across the bay would be very obvious to the sentries at the Shadow Tower, right? Because they have sentries watching it, at the very least. Nobody at the Shadow Tower reports anything like that. I mean, theoretically, it's possible. Direwolf would be hunted on its way if not for the tunnels. Yeah, I mean, like, nobody spots it, right? Like, the direwolf has to cross all these land. If we're saying that so let's say the direwolf crossed here. This is a good question, though. So let's say the direwolf somehow makes it across. I mean, that's a big question mark in and of itself, but let's just say somehow it gets across. Then it has to avoid detection the whole way through, because nobody has seen it, right? Nobody reports seeing it. It has to get past the Shadow Tower, go through all these lands, through the whole hill landscape, never get encountered or hunted by any of these people, go past all of this stuff. I guess once you hit the Wolf's Wood, it's less difficult. So that's easily explained. But there's like a lot of people who live here. And they talk about in oh god, what's the chapter? I think it's in A Storm of Swords. It's either Jojen or Bran who says, like, basically, you know, if we're passing through here, the Flints are going to know about it. Or whoever it is that lives here, like, they see us, they're gonna know that we passed through, and they're like a small party. I think they also mentioned that the Direwolves would be notable as well. And nobody mentions this. So, I mean, like, it's theoretically possible, but it's... I mean, out of the two options, I don't know. It is a good point, though, so thank you for bringing up that option. It is another possibility. It's just between the two, one is more likely than the other, but we haven't completely eliminated it as a possibility. It's not totally impossible. Theoretically, the wolf could get really lucky. It's just never encounter anybody. I don't know. Maybe. Hazel was saying true. It would have been mentioned. Yeah, at least on the crossing part, it would have been mentioned. Oh yeah, we saw a direwolf cross a few days past. Be on the lookout for it. To be clear, I do think warging is the most likely motivator, no matter the path taking. I definitely think George would have wanted to give us a testimony from the tower if a wolf was seen. Yeah, because they're watching that river, right? And it'd be hard to really miss that. It's a big wolf. Morgan is saying, theoretically, a city is beneath Winterfell. This is how people are going to and fro without being noticed. They don't know it, but the entire north might have a mess of underground tunnels made by the... I don't know what... Empire of the Dawn. Okay. I've never heard of that theory before. Morgan's saying maybe this is how humans and children survived the long night, going underground for generations. Yeah, that could be how they survived the long night. At least in the north, anyway. I mean, Castle Black has all these, like, underground tunnels so that they don't even have to go above ground. Mole Town is entirely underground. It's a bit of a theme there. Could be something. Cuddlebones is saying, how could Bloodraven warg the direwolf past the wall? Doesn't the wall stop magic? How could Bloodraven warg the direwolf past the wall? Good question. We would need to establish whether you can warg somebody over the wall or not. It definitely stops the others from raising people beyond the wall. So there's that. Does it stop people warging? We know he contacts Bran past the wall. Yeah, we do know that. So it doesn't stop all magic. There's some magic that can pass through. I'm trying to think, does Jon ever have a dream about ghosts beyond the wall? Does anybody remember? Because I seem to remember Ghost was beyond the wall at some point, and Jon had a dream about it. Morgan is saying the wall lets him because he was a member of the Night's Watch. Maybe. Hazel is saying Bloodraven is connected to the Weirwoods south, so it wouldn't affect him because his whole body is the Weirwoods, so technically he is south of the wall. William is saying, no, John specifically loses contact with ghosts when they're on different sides of the wall. Are we gonna have to look at the wiki entry on working? Work. There could be information already. Maybe somebody already did the work. Ooh. Well, I'm sorry, Wawa, but Bloodraven has broken both of these rules. Forbidding to eat human meat? Yeah, Bloodraven has definitely done that. Mate with wolf as wolf. Seems like he's done that too. Varamir. Let's see, Varamir. Varamir seems like a bad guy. Oh, Varamir uses Oral's Eagle to scout Castle Black. Confirmed. Confirmed. You can go over past the wall while you're warging. Varamir is able to go over the wall with the eagle. It was burned by Mel on the far side of the wall. Oh, okay. It's just the wiki being shit again. All right. Then how the hell did this direwolf end up here? If it wasn't warged... look at the text. Okay, let's look at the text. Mad John is saying, Storm of Swords, chapter 79, ghosts, apparently. I've had no sense of you, not since I climbed the wall, not even in dreams. So John is stopped from warging when the wall is between them. Oh no. This puts a hole in the theory. I mean, you could get the direwolf through the entrance, because this is still north of the wall, and then you could get the direwolf going along the main path. But once it crosses the wall, how did this happen? Maybe protections only go so far in the same way they only go so high up. Ooh, maybe. I think it's folly to think that the rules of warging that apply to John would apply to Bloodraven. Yeah, but if warging was impossible, how can we explain why Ghost does stuff like expose John when he tries to defect? I don't know. Very weird. Okay, we're gonna look at the chapter with the eagle. Bird. It's not in this chapter. I guess it's in the chapter before. Maybe assault on the wall. Eagle. Bird. Hawk. What? When does Varamir do this? John 10. Okay. John 10. Eagle. I can soar above the wall and see with eagle eyes. That's pretty clear. I mean, that's very clear. I can soar above the wall and see with eagle eyes. I don't know. in this battle, the eagle is not flying over the wall. I don't think it's flying above their own forces. But I can soar above the wall and see with my eagle eyes. I don't know. I feel like the wall was built with way more powerful magic than anything Bloodraven has access to. Yeah, probably. The wall was built with the old magic. That is the magic that Bloodraven has access to. Touché. Maybe it's not warging, but full-on going into the animal by dying. The wall can't stop that. Or Bloodraven is just OP. Maybe it's like a signal jammer. Bloodraven knows how to twist it to amplify his own signal, because being made of the weirwoods and the wall also being made of weirwoods, he can use it to amplify. It's because he is so high. The wall's protection don't go a mile into the sky. It's why Aegon had to fly so high up. Height matters. Is it just above the height of the wall, not necessarily physically above the wall? Maybe. Well, I was saying, who says it goes miles below the ground? Mad John is saying, we know dragons can't fly over the wall, so I don't think height matters. Well, I was saying dragons aren't animals. Oh, no. How does warging work? Michael talks about stuff, has a theory that a body with 3 consciousnesses can't pass a ward spell. Oral's eagle caught fire because it was inhabited by the eagle, Oral in his second life, and Varamir. No. Oral's eagle caught fire because Melisandre cast a spell on it and killed it. I thought that was pretty obvious. It's a good theory, though. Sounds plausible. It's just in this instance, I don't... Yeah. He's not even flying over the wall at this point. He's flying east. He's flying east and he's looking at this force that's coming. High in the eastern sky, John saw the eagle burning. In the eastern sky. Not above the wall. It didn't even cross the wall. So this eagle caught fire not by crossing the wall. The eagle never crossed the wall. Although the theory could still be true. It sounds kind of true. 3 war spirits and you can't cross a ward spell. Sounds plausible, but in this specific instance, it just didn't actually happen. The eagle didn't activate the ward spell because it was flying east, not south. It was flying over Stannis' men, and then when it's over Stannis' men, it burns up. Like it's Melisandre probably. Is Bran not going to be able to warg Hodor because of the wall? Well, no, the theory isn't that you can't warg people. So, the theory is that here's the wall, right? And if you, let's say you are this red dot, and your warg is the yellow dot. Okay, if you're both on the same side, then it's fine, and you can work into the animal. But if you're on one side and the animal is on the other side, then the theory is that you can't work. So John ends up on this side of the wall when he climbs over it, and he says, "I couldn't feel your presence anymore." And Ghost was on this side, right? And when John comes back out of the wall in John 12, A Storm of Swords, he's suddenly able to feel the presence of Ghost now. And so the theory is that this means that you can't warg over the wall, that the wall poses some kind of magic obstacle. But part of that is complicated a little bit, because Varamir makes it very clear that he can fly over the wall. He can see over the wall. So, I mean, I guess maybe hypothetically he could just fly high enough on the north side of the wall that he doesn't need to cross the wall. But he sure makes it sound like he can cross the wall. And then if we have any kind of evidence whatsoever of Bloodraven warging on the south side of the wall, that puts a hamper in it. What could be the case is that while John was on this side of the wall, somebody was warging into Ghosts. Sergeant Rooster is saying, if you're super high on one side, you can see the other side. I genuinely believe that's what it means. Yeah, could be. I don't know. It could also be that, like, Bloodraven or something was stealing Ghosts for a bit. You can't both be in the same animal at the same time. You can tell that somebody has been in there before if you warg into them. Oh, well, if you're an advanced enough sorcerer, you can tell. Yeah, I don't know. Raven needed to feel that direwolf feel again, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Varamir might also be talking out of his ass. Not sure if he actually tried it. Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty ballsy to try. I don't think I would try it if I was a warg. It seems like a painful way to find out. Bloodraven is pimping direwolves. God, this stream has really gone down the gutter. What are we doing? Why are we like this? Oh God. Nobody tell Glidus about this, okay? He's gonna have a field day. Delete all evidence of the stream. This never happened. We all have collective amnesia, okay? Gentleman's agreement not to spread the contamination. Oh God. Matt John saying, remember this started from the catspaw? Yeah, you must be new here. This is every stream. It just goes wildly off the rails to something else. I mean, like, if you tapped in on the stream right now, it would be like indecipherable. You'd be like, what is going on? Oh my God. Direwolf pin. Alright, well, I think I need to end the stream because this has just gone completely awry, and it's been 5 hours. So, hi Lewis, you joined at the end of the stream. So we looked at basically I was trying to figure out if Osha had gone through Gorne's Way, and then we found the entrance to Gorne's Way. It's here at Long Lake. And you can sort of work out both ends of it through John 3, A Storm of Swords, Mel 1, A Dance with Dragons, and The World of Ice and Fire. Then I sort of theorized that Osha, she started in Mansrader's camp, found Gorne's Way, went through Gorne's Way, then followed this other stream south until we find her in Bran 5 of Game of Thrones. And then we were kind of thinking, wait, what about the Direwolf and Garrod from the start of the series? Did they use Gorne's Way as well? And then we kind of went through all the possibilities of how did the Direwolf get south? Well, you can't go through the gate of the wall. Nobody mentions that. You can't take a boat. You're not taking a boat. You can't go through the Night Fort. So the only two possible ways are either taking Gorne's Way or swimming across the water. Swimming across the water is possible, but it's just highly unlikely because you would be spotted by so many people doing it. Odds are, right? There's sentries of the Shadow Tower who are watching this water specifically for people crossing. There's hunters all over these lands that nobody ever spots them. There's even hunters in the Wolfswood who never spot them. So it seems likely that the Direwolf also went through Gorne's Way and then gets out here, follows the same stream, goes all the way around here, and then gets gored by a stag, and then follows this stream until it dies at the bridge when it's found in Ned 1 of Game of Thrones. In case you were wondering where the Direwolf is found, it's found over here at this bridge. Or at least it's found somewhere along a bridge. It's found at a bridge along the King's Road. This is the only bridge that I know of, so I put it there. Maybe there's a bridge here. That's also possible. I don't know. Anyways, it's found dead at the bridge. They find the Direwolf there. So how did it get there? It seems like it crossed through Gorne's Way, but then we're thinking like, really? This Direwolf took this 1,000-mile journey through Gorne's Way, very complicated, and then we're like, that kind of sounds like Three-Eyed Raven shenanigans. But then we got into like, wouldn't the wall, sort of stop Bloodraven from warging the Direwolf that far to get south? And then we got into a debate about whether the wall stops you from warging. So yeah. Sergeant Rooster saying one thing to note may have been mentioned. Wolf awareness can't cross the wall either. I assume that's referring to John 12 Storm of Swords. So in John 12 Storm of Swords, he mentions how when he crossed the wall, he lost awareness of Ghost, and then when he comes back out in John 12 A Storm of Swords, he mentions how, I couldn't feel your presence until I came out. And I was suggesting that another possibility is that maybe it's not that the wall stops you from warging. Maybe it's that somebody else took control of Ghost, i.e. probably Three-Eyed Raven stole Ghost for a little bit. Maybe. Lewis Dune is saying, what does this have to do with the Bran catspaw? Sorry? Yeah, it does. It doesn't. It doesn't. Sorry. So basically, I had a hunch that Gorne's Way had something to do with the catspaw, and I got disproven. But then we followed the rabbit hole of Gorne's Way anyway, just to see where it leads. And now we're here at the end of 5 hours later. Morgan is saying not fully correct because Ghost can sense Summer through the wall and John wanna dance with dragons. Oh. So maybe the Three-Eyed Raven did do a little cheeky joyride of Ghost while John was gone. I don't know. We'll have to explore it some other time. The stream has gone on too long. It's gone completely off the rails. This has nothing to really do with Catspaw anymore. I need to end the stream. So I'll see you all later. Thanks for joining me on this crazy journey. Yeah, this is gonna cause some damage in the community. The whole direwolf mating thing. I don't know. We have to stop this contagion before it starts. Anyways, thanks for joining me, John Green, and I'm gonna stop the stream now.